And I think one or two topics we bring up today may warrant that as well. Right, so just as the introduction, this is what we are covering today, the funding policies, the financial strategy. That we've covered financial strategy once or twice before, so it's just a light touch today. Again, it's just to keep these slides in context there, and then the funding review. And I'm conscious that different councillors are at different levels of understanding as far as rates and that sort of stuff. So I'm doing a bit of a 101 on that, but again, it will be a light touch, and happy to be slowed down if you think I'm going too fast on that. I woke up at 2 o'clock this morning, eyes wide open. This is what bugged me, and the next slide is what bugged me, because I'm trying to get kind of the context of what we're trying to do today, and like every long-term plan, things move, things shift, and they have shifted from when we first started workshops. Seems like a long time ago now. In the first workshop, we put this slide up, and we talked about the journey, and the original slide we had was a straight line, and we changed that because a long-term plan is not a straight line. There's bumps all along the way, some highs, some lows, and through that you need to kind of change direction a bit. We'll always get there, always be a good result, but we sometimes have to go through different direction to get there. And we've had a couple bumps along the way so far, and the bumps is the district valuation. That's quite a major bump, and so that's kind of got the LTP team group, particularly the finance staff, thinking about, is there something we can do about this? And then we put the BAU budgets in front of you, and it was a major bump. For many, not unexpected, but a bump. And so that again has caused us to kind of change a bit of direction through that. And what I was thinking kind of at 2 o'clock in the morning, a bit sad I know, is what are the major streams of work that we have on at the moment? And I'm putting the slide up just, I think, to give you a sense of what's kind of happening both in your world as far as the long-term plan goes, and also behind the scenes for the long-term plan. Obviously the vision is a major piece of work that's underway, and through the vision and through other avenues, we're looking at what we deliver and how we actually deliver, the measures of what we deliver. What are the things that we can influence, and if we can influence it, how can we measure it to see what that success looks like? The business cases, that's going great guns. There's about 170 internal business cases we've identified from years 4 to 10 of the current long-term plan. We've got about 75 of those have been completed by managers, and has been through the ranking process, and that is being presented to the Aspirations Committee next week. The first lot of about 30, I think, 20-30 was presented to the last Aspirations Committee, and we've added to that 30 to about 70. So that will be going up to the Aspirations Committee. Last Aspirations Committee, we have brought in a Stuart White to help with this process, and part of his role is helping the managers. Obviously, it's a piece of work on top of busy workloads, but also to reach out to the community as well. So he's been doing that. And we had 2 presentations from the community last Aspirations Committee, and I think 4 groups are coming in next week. And that number, the next couple after that, there'll be similar numbers, possibly even more, from the community group coming in to the Aspirations Committee to groups. So this is as we've talked about, this is an opportunity for community groups to get in front of council right at the beginning, as opposed to at the end when it's kind of a bit late to start changing things then. From the first set of BAU budgets was presented, we're now diving into doing actually some fairly detailed budgeting work. So that's happening at the moment. Detailed budgets, what that looks like, and then obviously along that process is the asset management plans, which inform some of the budget work. We're hoping to bring that to a workshop late October, early November, and then along with that, along with the budgets, you'll have the business cases, point of entry business cases, all 170 of them, plus those from the community to take into consideration as we lock in some numbers. And we really need to lock in budget numbers, we think, by sort of mid-November. So we're kind of quite firm on our numbers mid-November. So what we'd normally be doing now is the funding review, looking at rates and all that exciting stuff, but our focus has switched to budgets because that's kind of a priority. So from today, from the funding review, officers have identified 2 or 3 key things that we need to focus on. And the time that we'll be focusing on that will be sort of mid-November to December, where we need to make decisions about that. And there's some fairly key decisions that need to be made and some reasonably in-depth modelling that needs to go behind that to enable you to make informed decisions. And so funding rating review. So any questions on that? It kind of gives you a sense of where things are at with the long-term plan and the streams of work that are currently happening. So policies, the Section 102 Local Government Act, local authority must adopt the following policies listed on their: revenue financing policy, liability management investment policies, policy on development contributions, or financial contributions. We don't have that, we have the development contributions, policy on the remission and postponement of rates of marriage freehold land, and the local authority may have your rates remission and rates postponement policies. So that's kind of what we need to focus on today. So liability and management investment policies, again, these ones will be a bit of a light touch because PwC is coming to the Risk and Assurance Committee in September to present these policies and the changes to the policies and what these are about. These policies, both the liability investment policy is there to provide prudent guidelines to enable us to manage our finances prudently. That's in a nutshell what they're about. So liability management policy, purpose to set policy limits and procedures in respect of council borrowings, both short-term liquidity and long-term debt. So the limits that are in these policies come really from the financial strategy. Net debt is less than 200% of total revenue. We've got a profile on a fixed floating interest rate, how much we can have fixed, how much we can have floating debt, and what chunks of our debt mature within certain time bands. What we don't want is all of our debt fixed. It all comes off fixed when interest rates are high. We also don't want all our debt maturing at one point in time, again when interest rates are high. So this manages that. The investment policy is again to make sure that our investments are put in investments that are reasonably safe but will maximise returns within that. So both are cash and equity investments. Sorry.
Well, quick question while you're being sorry. The this will all come in front of the Risk and Assurance Committee first.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I've got that there. So we are required to adopt this, as I've said. We use PwC to provide Treasury advice. We have a monthly Treasury meeting with them. They have reviewed our policies and they're presenting to Risk and Assurance on 7th of September. They are the first item up to Risk and Assurance, so if you want to come and listen to them, you're more than welcome to come to that committee to listen to PwC present on that. And changes to these policies do not require public consultation. Right, rates postponement. Yes.
So risk and insurance is a limited committee that they won't go vote.
That's right.
So these important things like this, how are the people who are going to vote on the committee going to get a vote on it?
Yeah, look, good question. These policies will be actually taken to Strategy and Policy Committee for adoption. So it goes to Risk and Insurance Committee first, because these policies are mainly about managing risk within Treasury management. So Risk and Insurance Committee will have their input into that. Then that input will be collated and included in a report up to the Strategy and Policy Committee for when they adopt these policies. And we'll adopt these policies fairly shortly after the Risk and Insurance Committee.
So is there going to be a debate?
Can we put the microphone on?
Is there going to be a debate at the Strategy and Policy, Strategy Committee about these policies? Because it seems to me that it should be presented to a full committee.
Well, it will be presented to the full Committee of Strategy and Policy for adoption. What I'm saying is that if you want to, if these are policies you want to understand a bit more, PwC are here on the 7th and they will be speaking to the policies, but I've asked them also to expand that to talk about Treasury management as a whole. And I think we need to get, the idea is to give the committee assurance about the way we manage our Treasury risk.
Can you just give a bit of history to this, Mike? This is not the first time this has happened, is it? That these
this
how many 100 years have we been doing it this way?
ever since I've been in my role, we've followed this process.
Thank you.
So that we haven't had a risk and insurance committee.
We had audit and risk ever since audit risk came in existence.
So
We followed this
been
process.
Only what, 2 terms at the most? Yeah, but it's never been there.
It has,
We were criticised for it because through the audit office, and that's how it came about. But it just concerns me that people who haven't got a vote then have to go into this process again without the benefit of the experts that are there, and have another vote on it. And that seems to be
Respond to this.
repeating the whole process again at strategy when it could be tidied up.
I don't think your concerns are well founded, Rob,
I'm sure you're right.
because at risk and audit or risk and assurance, whatever we call it, councillors who would like to turn up always have speaking rights and can always ask questions.
They have no voting rights.
the item to risk and assurance will be receiving the report. It will not be voting on it. It's receiving the report, and the comments will be collated going up to risk and strategy committee.
Oh, well, that's different if there's no voting.
Right, so the rates postponement policy and rates remission policy, again, this will be a light touch. These remission policies, including the policy on remission and postponement of rates on Maori freehold land, need to be reviewed every 6 years. These first two policies have been reviewed within 3 years, so they're not due for review till the next long-term plan. So that's why I'm doing a bit of a light touch. The other policy, there's a bit of a change in the legislation, which I just highlight to you today, and we need to go and do some thinking around that. We haven't yet done that. So the postponement policy, I'm not going to read that. It's a policy that's never been used in my time at council, and while most councils have this particular policy, I'm not sure of how many actually use the policy. I guess if you postpone your rates and put it against on your title of your thing, those rates can keep on mounting up. They're postponed year after year. The preference has always been to remit the rates for a year and allow the person to get to a position where they can then manage their rates liability going forward. That's kind of been the direction that has been taken.
Mike, isn't that policy, so I guess my first question is, are you thinking that we don't need that policy at all? And my second question would be, isn't it the type of policy though, particularly, I don't know, commercially, for some new commercial enterprises, of actually, possibly having rates postponed for a year, 1 to 3 years, can make quite a difference for them to get set up, build some equity, get some profit, even if those rates are only postponed, and they've still got to pay them. Isn't it the type of policy that's used in that way in possibly in other councils?
Yeah, so my officer's recommendation here is that we leave the policy in place, although it hasn't been used. Doesn't mean it won't be used in the future. So we're not suggesting repeal it. The remissions policy, we reviewed this for the COVID situation and that. Again, we're recommending we leave the policy as it is and just review it at the next long-term plan. What I'm hoping, sorry, I should have said at the beginning, what I'm hoping to get from today, particularly as we go through a funding review, you may have things that you think should be reviewed, almost having a priority list. What is up top that we absolutely need to tick off, and what is the nice to haves if we get time to be able to tick that off as well. This policy works, I think, well. And I think there's some good sections in here. So again, I'm not going to read that out. It's in your slide pack if you want to go through and look at that. So this policy here was last reviewed or adopted at the 2018 long-term plan, so it is up for review again. That's what's in the policy, the aims of the policy. Again, I won't read it out. In my time, I haven't actually brought a remission to council under this policy. I may be bringing one shortly, but I haven't utilised this policy. There is another mechanism under the Act for Maori lands, which is non-productive, landlocked, that sort of stuff, to basically not charge rates. And that's a mechanism that is used more than this particular policy. But there is, with this policy, there's the criteria of the policy. There is, with this policy, though, a change to legislation in the Local Government Act. And this is the one here, Section 102. Policy must support the principles in the preamble to Te Tuari Whenua Maori Act 1993. And what the preamble to the Act, I've picked out the parts of the preamble that relates to this. And again, you can read that. So this is something we need to take into consideration when we adopt this policy. Doesn't mean we need to put that in the policy, but we need to take into account when we adopt the policy. So again, we've just received recently some guidance from Taituara. We will work through that and bring this one back to you. Right.
Question on that one, please?
Absolutely.
The definition of Maori land, how is that defined? I mean, I understand the policy and it's necessary with multiply owned Maori land, but how is it decided what's multiply owned and what isn't?
Look, I think there is, and Simon can probably correct me if I'm wrong here, there is a register of all the land listed.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so that was a bit of a light touch on those policies. This one gets a little bit more complex now. So this is where I step aside. So you want me to change?
Just doing a quick change over. Maybe just take a 2-minute thing while I sort this out. 2-minute break. Sorry, all. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back. So this section we're covering two policies. Firstly, the development contributions policy, and then significance and engagement. So like what Mike did, we'll just take you through a light touch 101 of the policies, some of the key issues that we've spotted, and officers' recommendations. So just really quickly, a development contribution, what is it? It's a one-off levy or a charge. And the rationale is that new developments place additional demand on council infrastructure. So these development contributions can help to fund new facilities or infrastructure to cater for this growth. So that looks like pipes, parks, footpaths, roads. And the other rationale is that using development contributions to fund a share of the costs for growth-related infrastructure means that the full cost is not borne by ratepayers. So it's a more equitable approach. I won't read out, but this is the specific definition of development. And as you'll see, it doesn't include pipes or lines of a network utility operator. Under the legislation, under the Local Government Act, councils can require development contributions for the following: network infrastructure, so that's roads and other types of transport, as well as the three waters, reserves, and community infrastructure. So community infrastructure might look like if a new public toilet is required, or potentially a community centre in a new subdevelopment area. I think if there was playgrounds, it would probably come under the reserve category.
Elise, just on the collection of development contributions, and with the delay in Three Waters, are we still assuming in the upcoming LTP that we will be collecting development contributions for the Three Waters aspect of new developments?
Yeah, we will, and I've got a slide on that I can cover in a bit. So under our current policy, we only collect for the network infrastructure. So we only collect for the Three Waters and transport, and we only collect for two areas, which I'll cover as well. So we don't collect currently for reserves or community infrastructure. So I probably won't go over that slide because I think I've covered the rationale there, and probably the only thing I haven't mentioned is that it's also really important that we provide certainty to the sector. So this is also for developers to have certainty around what those costs might be. So as mentioned, the policy only currently applies to development within the Springvale urban and northwest growth areas. So I've got the maps, you can take a look at those if you're not familiar with them already. This current policy was adopted through the last long-term plan and was based on the estimated growth over the next 10 to 15 years, with the new additional residential dwellings in Springvale and northwest, which were forecast at the time. Now, council may choose, where appropriate, to enter into an individual development agreement to areas outside of those identified areas if it wishes to do so. So these urban expansion areas have different categories under the policy that you'll see highlighted there, where different fees apply. So I'll let you look at those. And just to be clear, development contributions can only be required where a development is to occur. It's in addition or separate from financial contributions under the RMA. It has to be calculated on the basis of the number of dwellings proposed, because each new dwelling will put a demand on council assets. And with the subdivision with no dwelling, that is based on one dwelling per lot. Payment of DC can be required at the time of consent, building consent, or connection to council services, but it normally happens as early as possible in the process. And remissions, postponements, funds and exemptions can be applied. They're not required where there's a condition on a resource consent requiring a financial contribution for the same development for the same purpose. Not required if the developer will fund or provide infrastructure itself, or if council has received sufficient funding from a third party to fund that particular infrastructure growth. So, in terms of the issues we've identified, the policy is currently only applied to the two specific areas. We know Wanganui is continuing to grow. It is slowing a bit, but we are still seeing growth and projected to see growth. There's obviously the uncertainty around the timing of Three Waters transition, which is unconfirmed, but a regional consensus is going towards October 2025, but not confirmed. And Wanganui has been undercharging compared to other councils. So Simon has said we've only charged 18,000, received 18,000 in the last year. And that was for one lot.
Yeah. Can I just comment on that? I've talked about this for many years because we had a development contribution of only $1,200 for a long period of time until this change of policy. It does concern me to hear that we've only ever collected 18,000. What I'm aware of when you say about the undercharging compared to other councils, that Western Bay of Plenty and Omokarawa charges $50,000 per section, you know, and I believe Tauranga charges $19,000 per section. So it seems to me that we are undercooking that area of income into this council. And I hear quite a lot of complaints about it from local developers, but I think we need to understand how it is affecting them and whether there's room to increase these charges.
So, through you, Chair, if we're doing that. Look, Rob, you're absolutely right, and it's one of the reasons why we are triggering an in-depth review of this policy. 18,000 is what we collected in DCs last year. The year before that, I think it was about 100,000. It is really on the low side because over the 10 years of the LTP, even if we get 100 grand a year, that's only $1 million. You are right. Other councils, I think when we did a benchmarking exercise in a previous role, a lot of the councils we compared ourselves to were charging in the kind of $15,000 to $25,000 per section range. If you were to take the low end of that range, $15,000 a section multiplied by the 250 sections a year we need to meet our growth forecasts over the next 10 years, that's $35 to $40 million that would be paying for our infrastructure instead of the general ratepayer paying for it. $15,000 sounds like a lot of money, but in the context of the build costs for a new dwelling, it's less than 0.5%, probably closer to 0.25% of the total cost of the build. So it's easily affordable without massively driving up the cost of residential development, but it's hugely beneficial to the general ratepayer, and it's one of the levers we've got to pull to bring some additional revenue into council without just constantly increasing rates.
Yeah, thank you.
Whilst I don't disagree with what you say, if we want to promote affordable housing, we need to be quite thoughtful about it, about how we do this, because it does push up the cost of building. So I guess my comment there is around that it needs to be very nuanced in terms of what we do. So I'm not saying that I disagree with you, I'm just saying we need to be very nuanced and be aware of the outcomes we want. I've got a specific question. We've identified that we've got 2 areas that are already in policy and that we charge development contributions. And then I heard that we can enter agreements with other subdivisions and other areas as and when required. What about, so at the moment there's pockets still happening around town, you know, where say a 10 section lot is going to be developed up Aramaho. How does that work in terms of development contributions with the overlay that already our wastewater system is under stress?
So currently, effectively we're giving a lot of that stuff away for free, and the general ratepayer is picking up the bill, or will pick up the future bill for upgrades that we need to do on our networked infrastructure. And even where we do have coverage under the policy, we're only collecting for the networked infrastructure. As Elise has already said, we're not actually collecting for the other community infrastructure we're entitled to collect funding for through the DC's policy. So we're leaving a lot of money on the table with the development community, and the general ratepayer is picking up the bill.
Sure, I hear that. So how would we trigger that? How in practical, like Kaingaora, for example, has got several small developments happening around town. How do they contribute to the infrastructure? Central government funding.
Yep. So, as we said, effectively they're not at the moment. The way you capture it is by updating the policy and making sure all of those projects are listed in the LTP as growth-related projects, and they have coverage under the policy, and then any development in the district can be and should be paying its fair share of the growth.
So is what I'm hearing that for Kaingaora to contribute to the development of infrastructure at lots like 10 housing lots, for example, it would need to be listed in the LTP to trigger that conversation and that contribution.
So the way the development contributions policies work is you have to have identified what the projects are and have them listed in your LTP, and then you have to identify only the growth component. So they don't pay for benefits to existing users, only the extra capacity that's required, but they must be listed in your LTP. You must have coverage under your development contributions policy, and then you can charge at the point of subdivision or the other trigger points that Elisa listed earlier on.
Okay.
But if they're not listed in the LTP or identified in the development contributions policy, then unless you're able to negotiate a individual developer agreement, then there's no way of requiring it.
So at the moment, there's no opportunity. Is that what I'm hearing?
Limited, very limited opportunity, and often it's through negotiation and relying on goodwill and cooperation rather than having something that requires it.
The other area of this policy that probably needs some review, I hear it mentioned by developers, is when they have to pay. Because the problem is, I believe, that they have to pay when the title is issued. And these housing developers and things say, well, it could be 2 years or so after that before they've developed it and built on it and got paid by a client. And this carrying cost can get quite high on these developments. So I can see their argument, but whether it fits in with how we do it, I don't know. But I certainly think it needs to be looked at.
Okay, good points. So I think that also goes to that last point there, Rob, that we do need to provide certainty for developers around timing and costs. So just to talk to Three Waters quickly, under the current settings, the current legislation, the long-term plan can budget for those development contributions for years 1 and 2. Changes were made to the water legislation through the last select committee process, which mean that the DC policies can now include the capex for water infrastructure over 10 years. So while the long-term plan won't have those projects beyond 3 years, the DC policies can. And then from year 3, the water service entities will then charge for those DCs, so that will be handed over. The good thing about this is if the current settings or the legislation, or the Three Waters reform does change, if it does return back to councils, that's meant to say if it is returned to councils, then the DC policy is durable over those 10 years as well. Does that answer your thinking? Yeah. So as David's already mentioned, what we need to do then is through the long-term plan process, we need to identify all of our new capital projects, and those will fit into 3 categories of renewals, levels of service improvements and growth-related projects. And then we will take those projects and give a split to the benefits in terms of either to the existing network or those directly attributable to growth, because I'm not sure if I made this really clear from the outset. It has to be attributed to new growth as opposed to something within the existing network that isn't attributed to growth. And then, do you want to talk to that?
I might just try and explain that.
Yeah, I was just thinking when I said it, I wasn't as clear as David could have been.
So, best way is a hypothetical scenario. Say we have a subdivision that puts another 100 houses onto our network, and we already have a pipe that needs to be replaced because it's old, but when we replace it, we're going to put a bigger pipe in. The council, through its renewals programme, will fund the replacement of the pipe as if it was a like for like. The development will pay for the extra overcost for the bigger pipe and the bigger trench to put it in, so that they're only paying for their increasing capacity, and council's not being sly and getting a whole new free pipe for free. Make sense?
Can I just ask a question further to that?
Yep.
So, how does that apply to if, like, there's 2 or 3 houses? Is there that aspect of the growth to be applied to this?
Yes, and in the background, there'll likely be quite a bit of complicated maths to allocate and attribute the cost of growth. And we often talk about catchment-based and network-wide based benefits. So, for example, our wastewater treatment plant services everyone that's on the network, so that's a network-wide treatment. Any new subdivision that connects to the network should pay for the proportion of growth that it consumes in the capacity of that wastewater treatment plant. But if you live in Aramoho, you shouldn't pay for a new pipe that gets put in the ground in St John's Hill. You only pay for that particular pipe if you're benefiting from it. So there's a bit of math to basically carve up our projects into zones across the city, and then we basically say if you live in this zone, you're going to pay for these projects plus the broad network benefit. If you live in this other zone, you'll pay for these other projects because those are the ones that you get the benefit from. There'll be quite a bit of calculations to do that we'll store in the background that underpins the development contributions policy.
Okay, so we'll end up with that list of growth projects over the 10 years, and then that will go into the policy schedules so that we then have the ability to collect the development contributions. Yep.
Sorry, I'm being annoying here.
No.
But if you're not listed, you don't get caught. You know, if you're not listed in the LTP and, you know, a piece of land comes up and somebody does a development of 10 or 20 sections, it's not caught. Is that correct or not?
So at that point, it's about listing the projects that we know about rather than the actual developments themselves. So a new development can appear, and if it's in the zone, then they'll pay the network contributions and everything else that's already identified. However, if they trigger a whole brand new project, then that's where we would look to develop a specific developer agreement that says this is a new project that council hadn't planned for because we didn't know you were going to do this development. You have to pay your way, and to do that you need to contribute however much money so that council can upgrade this pipe, that piece of road, or whatever is necessary. But that should be the safety net to catch those things that we haven't planned for and anticipated.
So can we not do that now?
Yes, you
Yeah,
can,
we can.
but as I say, it's supposed to be the fallback safety net, and you're still in that negotiating and trying to get the cooperation of the developer rather than it being clear and upfront and being able to require it. That's the main difference.
Which, because we haven't been foreshadowing this at an early stage, at this stage of planning, so makes
Yeah.
it difficult to do it later.
That's important. It's meant to be upfront and early, so we do have that ability, as I said early on, to do those individual agreements, but it's not really foreshadowed in our current policy or approach. Yeah.
Just to clarify for my own reading, so we're trying to put in a more broad brush. Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I
David
think
will.
just for the benefit of people online, because broad brush to me implies lacking in detail. I would say this is a more fulsome, inclusive, and detailed development contributions policy that means we get less revenue leakage.
Then I'll take back my broad brush comment.
Thank you, Peter.
So we've got quite a bit of work to do, as has been outlined through the long-term plan process, and obviously that will align with the business case process in terms of identifying all of those projects and attributing the growth elements to them. So based on everything, officers recommend a full review of this policy. Full consultation will be required, so that will align with the long-term plan, and we have notified DIA about this as an intended decision, as we have current legislative requirements to do so. Looking at a timeline, we'll be working on those projects as mentioned as part of the long-term plan process. Plan to have the draft policy ready by early next year, and then consult concurrently with the long-term plan, with the final to be adopted by 30 June next year, so it can apply from the new financial year. So that's it. Thank you, David. I did say to David before, please jump in and explain, because this is going into very technical infrastructure stuff that I'm not entirely familiar with. But any comments, questions on that one?
Question, and it goes back to development contributions and affordable housing.
Yeah.
I absolutely support stopping revenue leakage. At the same time, we want to support affordable housing, and there will be lots of ways to do this. When would we introduce, some thinking about that? Would it be in the same time as, it sounds like the coming months you've got this review planned. When would we investigate that, about how we can best support affordable housing?
So I think the best time is concurrently with the review of the policy. There may be some options that we can put on the table in terms of council effectively having a part of the policy that allows us to contribute towards social housing projects and waive some of the development contributions. We take your feedback, and we'll have a little bit of a think around how we can provide some mechanisms and some options for you to consider at the same time as adopting the policy. The only other more broad comment I would make is affordability is one of the lenses that we do apply to where we pitch the development contributions policy. But if we want to keep our housing affordable, then it's probably more of a systemic and structural thing with our district plan around allowing intensification rather than continually sprawling the urban environment where we have to expand our networks. If we can have more people living within the means of the existing networks, then it's a much cheaper way of developing and probably is a better way of achieving the goal of affordable housing across the board, not just for social housing.
Yeah, I hear that, but I would suggest to you that there may be other ways, like other funding, for example, that we might be able to get, central government funding to contribute. So for me, it's about having a bank of knowledge where we know all of the opportunities, not necessarily funded by ourselves, and just having that kind of working knowledge
Yeah,
to know where to go.
That was the first bit of my answer to you. Yes, we'll give you that bank of knowledge. I mean, we already do some of this. We secured $1.8 million from the infrastructure acceleration fund for the Carston Street development, exactly for that, so that we could use central government money to cover the growth-related infrastructure development, so that the developer who's trying to build social housing doesn't have to. So, yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much.
So
And-
also for my clarification then, and I would like to see an element of discretion in the policy.
So I was going to note that under the current policy, remissions, postponements, refunds and exemptions can be applied. So there is an element of discretion there available. So we could do a bit more work through this policy review on when those might be applied. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
A couple of questions. So thank you for all of that information. There's quite a bit to take in, really. I can see it getting quite technical, and the detail and the work that's going to have to go into this is, I think, quite considerable. So just the timing for this, if assuming there are changes and through the consultation process and so on, would it be 1 July? Okay, there you go. Great. That's answered my question, that one. Yep. What about, with the revaluation, we've seen, we're likely to see potential for people to consider how they use their backyard, and potentially infill becomes the flavour of the moment to offset rates. Would a house with a large section who decides to do infill be potentially subject to a development contribution? Because they're not really officially developers, are they?
Potentially under a new policy.
Yep. So
Yes.
there's obviously
Yep.
to be debated and discussed.
To be looked at. Yeah.
Okay.
It has to meet all of those tests that we outlined and be growth related, as opposed to what David said, existing. If it puts no more pressure on the existing system, there's no more infrastructure development going in.
I mean, if you think about it from a practical sense, the community is invested in building a wastewater treatment plant. When that was built, it was built with spare capacity for the next several decades. It is really only fair that the people that use that capacity up, whether they're a big developer that's trying to make a 100-lot subdivision for profit, or a mum and dad developer that want to cash in by carving off their back garden, they should pay for the capacity that's been created in the treatment plant, rather than the general ratepayer subsidising their development.
And it was said that in this policy, there can be exceptions, right? So if the policy exists, there's still a clause that we can still staff can make a choice of whether to action it or not.
Look, we'll do the work to look at what kind of flexibility can be built into the policy. But to Rob's point already, I've already used my delegations to allow the deferral of payment for development contributions for a developer to help support their cash flowing. So they pay at the point of sale rather than the point of title being issued. So look, there is a degree of flexibility we can build in. We'll do the work and bring back the kind of the bank of options and knowledge that Councillor Cade asked for, and then you can make the calls once you've got more information from us.
So I'll just finish off my last point. As we go through this, I imagine a lot of other councils are doing this really well. Are we learning from what they're doing? Yeah, cool.
Definitely, and David obviously has brought experience from New Plymouth, where they've done it differently as well, and we're looking around at other councils.
So just on that, one of the things that I have asked, and it probably speaks to Kate's point as well, around maintaining the balance between affordability, is having a general broad look at what our peers are doing across the country, and making sure that what we're doing is picking up good practice, but also making sure that we're in kilter with what everybody else is doing, and we're not disproportionately high or disproportionately low.
I can understand that when with pipes and wastewater and things, that people are either connecting to the infrastructure or they're not. So it's quite easy to identify that group. But then you've got big subdivisions like the one that's gone up in number 2 line, I believe 70 odd sections, that puts the pressure on other areas of what is being provided, like parks and all sorts of things like that. So will that sort of thing be looked at in this review?
Yes, as discussed earlier, at the moment we don't charge for that, but this review will look at broadening to reserves and community facilities.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, everyone happy broadly? So this will follow the usual process by bringing it up through strategy and policy and then consultation through the long-term plan. Okay, all right, last policy before you get a coffee, promise. So now significance and engagement policy. So this is a critical policy. The overall purpose of the policy is to identify if particular issues, proposals, assets, decisions and activities are significant, and then therefore the type of community engagement that is likely to take place. The policy also lists the council's strategic assets, and I'll talk a bit about that later, and it currently provides a community engagement guide as well. So, in a nutshell, significance is about measuring the importance of an issue, proposal or decision. And in determining significance, the council needs to look at how people, services, infrastructure and wellbeing in the district will be affected. So significance is a spectrum, which there may be an issue that has a high degree of significance, as you'll see, an issue, proposal or decision that has a high degree of significance, or it may have a low degree of significance or some significance. So this is a continuum, and what is required is somewhere as you move along the spectrum, council is required to determine if something is significant. So that may move along that continuum. Yeah, hopefully that diagram helps. So the degree of significance is a matter for council to determine, taking into account current legislation and its own policies. So council is to consider the significance of every issue, which requires a decision. So you'll be familiar with the decision reports that come up to you. They all have a significance and engagement determination. So those are done on a case-by-case basis. The engagement then with the community should be proportionate to the degree of significance. So wherever that significance fits along that spectrum helps to determine the degree of engagement. Tangata whenua and community preferences for engagement must be taken into account, and there are some processes which will still require special consultative procedure, which is a set procedure under the legislation, such as bylaws. So those will still require us to engage and consult in a formula manner. So I've popped the criteria up here. I'm not going to read them all because there's actually 2 pages of criteria. And I realise, I think in your slide pack, that the very last one there, the degree to which proposal matter will affect a heritage asset, was left off your slide pack. But it is in the policy, and that was a new addition through the last review. Sorry, I should have mentioned that it was last reviewed through the last long-term plan as well. So you can take a bit of time if you want to just familiar yourselves with the criteria. So as mentioned earlier, strategic assets are also listed in the policy, and under the Local Government Act, unless a decision is explicitly provided for in the long-term plan and was included in the consultation document, the council may not transfer the ownership or control of a strategic asset to or from council. So that's really important to be aware of that. legislative requirement. So I won't go over this in detail, but this is just a general approach to determining significance and then determining what engagement is required and the approach to engagement. And many of you will be familiar with the IAPP engagement framework, which goes from inform, consult, involve, collaborate, empower. So going through degrees of the level of engagement, which from one end may look like us promoting the information through all the channels that we do at the moment, through the website, through Community Link, through Facebook, through to handing projects fully over to community, through to referenda at the far right end of that spectrum. So, in terms of current issues, the policy is very long. I've looked around at other councils and ours is definitely a lot more lengthy than others. Some have managed to summarise this in sort of 5 pages. We are, as you're very aware, we're currently redoing our overarching strategy, our vision for Wanganui work, which is significant. While our current policy states that we will review it every 3 years, there's no statutory time frame on us having to review it, so we're not obligated to that. That was a self-set review time frame. And we think that reviewing it now would put strain on current workloads, and the importance of it may be lost amongst everything else which is happening through this long-term plan. So we do have the opportunity to review it outside of the LTP cycle and to review it when that new strategy is in place. And then through that, I think there's a big opportunity to actually improve the understanding of this policy and how it's been applied through the decisions. I think that there's been not as much perhaps internal communication on this, and we've been doing training on decision reports and writing, so this is an area that we're also upskilling ourselves in. So based on that, officers recommend reviewing the significance and engagement policy after the new overarching strategy is in place, but ahead of the next LTP cycle, and that will require full community consultation. So I've put a few questions up there for you in terms of timing, any issues you think with the current policy, which I haven't discussed, and do you think it's operating as it should be at present? All right, thank you.
Thank you. We have reviewed this quite comprehensively the last time we reviewed it. I'm not aware that there's anything else that we need to be debating that would need to go in here, so I'm very relaxed about us delaying this until another time.
Yeah, I'm certainly relaxed about it as well. I think it's worked as it should work. Perhaps you could just tell us though, if a issue is considered significant, what has to happen? Because I believe that it's a pretty costly process with public consultation and all what goes with it.
So that's outlined in our policy, the process that we have to follow through. Generally, if it's considered a matter that fits under the special consultative process, then that requires full public consultation of a minimum of 30 days or a calendar month. Did you want to talk to this? I think David's kind of looking over here. It does depend. That's why I put up the scale at the start. Sorry, I feel like I'm fumbled through that. But the thing is that things can be significant, but the level of community engagement may look different to something else which is significant. So
just to give you an example of one, the CCO review. Would that be significant if there was a restructure of the CCOs?
Yes, if there was a restructure, yes, that would fit within our criteria of deeming it as significant. The question then is around what level of engagement. Unless David.
Yeah. So you've asked what seems like a really simple question, Rob, but actually it's really complicated, and there's so much it depends attached to it that it's hard to give you a concise answer. But it's more than just if it's significant, you must consult, because other factors that come into it be the materiality. Something might be significant but immaterial, in which case you may decide not to consult. There needs to be genuine options to consult on. If there's only one option that's feasible, then again, it wouldn't be a genuine consultation process, because there is no real, it's a take it or leave it kind of scenario, I suppose. And a whole heap of other factors will come into it. Ultimately, the Local Government Act requires you to take the views and preferences of the people that are going to be impacted by the decision into account. That doesn't necessarily mean consulting on things that are significant, particularly if you already know what the community's views and preferences are, through other means. Obviously, there are some things that trigger the special consultative procedures, which are a must, and you can't avoid them. But ultimately, it's always a decision of council as to whether you do or don't consult, once you've considered the significance, the materiality of the matter, and all of those other factors that come into play. So, sorry, that's...
No, we just should be careful about moving things into a significant issue, because there's a lot involved, a lot of costs involved, a lot of time involved if it's moved into that category.
This diagram I popped up might help, as it shows you determine the significance and then you determine what engagement is required on that issue. And as David said, it is about what you already know about the community's views and preferences and who should be engaged. So it may be a very limited number of people who may need to be engaged on that issue, or it may be broad. There's a spectrum there as well, from your engagement being about providing the information through to the empower end of the engagement spectrum. And then, you've got your approach to your actual engagement and what kind of information you're seeking and when you're going to do that. So hopefully that helps a bit. All right, well, sorry, Helen, did you have another?
Yeah, I was just going to say, in reality, there is very little. There's very few items that hit our desk that trigger the significant engagement policy. And I think that we have reviewed it very carefully in the past with a view to, if you need to consult, you need to consult. It's not about saving money. It's about the right items to be consulted on. And that's where we reviewed it really robustly in the past. And I don't think we've questioned anything that's come for quite a long time, whether or not, why aren't we consulting on this because it's significant, and yet it hasn't triggered the policy. So, it is relevant that we look at everything, but this one, I think we've all seemed to be pretty comfortable to review later.
Okay.
I'll just add my agreement to that. When I've ever questioned what a decision looks like, and with the lens of the significance policy, I've always been really satisfied with the very considered answer that I've had. And whilst it might be a very long document, I think it's served us very well and could, very sensibly be left for a couple of years to be reviewed.
Yes, I think there's only one issue that's at the margins that I'm aware of, and that would probably be the port, because that's a significant project and also a significant impact. But I think it's very much on the margin. That's the only one, I think.
And I guess the point there, Rob, would be it's not the project, it's the decision. So this is something that we often get hung up with our decision reports, is when we're doing the considerations section around financial considerations or climate change considerations, it's not of the issue, it's of the decision that you're making, whether or not that decision is considered significant. So that's how it's applied. So with the port, it would be very difficult to answer that unless you were saying specifically what is the decision that you're making, and therefore you have to do the determination based on the decision. Okay, happy to break there.
I've just got coughs. Anyway, so it appears to be working. I mean, there's a few of us that haven't been here for long, and we just have inherited this and haven't been part of the discussions around the review of the significance and engagement policy. So it appears to be working, and there's no need for review. That's fine. I'd be personally interested to understand how you, given it is working, how you establish through the criteria. It's not obviously not a wet thumb. How it feels is that you go through the criteria and you make an assessment of that. I'd be keen to understand that behind, not now, but as a follow-up.
Yep. Definitely happy
and
to
if anyone else wants to as well.
Yep, definitely happy to sit down and have a separate session on that. And as I was saying, we've been doing some training on the decision report as well to upskill ourselves as officers on how we do these assessments. So, yeah, more than happy to do that. Okay, all right. I'm happy to leave it there then, let you have a coffee. And we'll be coming back to...
Funding review.
Oh, funding review, not financial strategy.
What time would you like us back?
Thank you. I'll just very quickly add something to the discussion earlier, as after this session, I've just gone back and reviewed the development contributions policy to check the exemptions section. So currently our policy exempts the Crown from development contributions. That's why kāinga order is not required. And it also exempts council, was that we would be paying ourselves. So our review will look at, do we need exemptions? If so, which ones? And what is equitable and fair? So I just wanted to clarify that, because it's really important for the audience and those who've been listening online. The development contributions policy needs to be equitable, and it needs to be consistent. When we were talking exemptions, we wouldn't be looking at exempting an individual. It's really important that the policy is very clear on that. So just wanted to make that point of clarification after the discussion. Thank you. Otherwise, I'll hand back to Mike.
So we're going very well time-wise. Claire and myself will present the financial strategy and the funding review. For the financial strategy, we have covered this twice before. Both Philip Jones covered it and also in our introductory thing. So Claire will give a bit of a light touch on this, and then we'll get into the funding review.
Okay, good morning. So we have been here before, we'll just skim through this. So just to re-outline, the financial strategy is one of the key guiding documents of the long-term plan from a financial perspective. It basically outlines our plan to be financially sustainable in the long term. So it's heavily influenced by our environmental scan that provides basically the background knowledge about our environment surrounding council now and into the future. Our community, what it looks like, our demographics, our environment, and the key challenges and opportunities over the period of LTP. So, intro to financial strategy. No, go back one, sorry, Mike. Go on one. Oh, no.
Oh.
Two down. I'm jumping to you. Sorry. So council has quite a juggle to balance adequately funding its needs and the affordability to ratepayers. So we have to constantly balance those two things. So the trick for elected members is to try and look at the top-down strategic approach for how we want to manage our finances and what we might set our limits on rates and debt at, and then the bottom up, which obviously is preparing budgets and looking at what the cost of those assets and services looks like. So on the funding side of things, we can look at things like levels of service and what we deliver to the community. We'll look at the operating expenditure required to provide those levels of service and the capital expenditure too. And then from the affordability perspective, obviously we are constantly looking at the level of our rates and affordability. We have the revenue and financing policy, and we can look at tweaking between different types of funding like rates and fees and use and charges, grants, development contributions, and how much we actually use debt or investments to offset what we need to take through rates. So the current vision in the strategy is basically to be an affordable and financially sustainable organisation, while at the same time delivering good quality council services and promoting growth within the district. Summarised as living within our means while still contributing to Whanganui as a great place to live. So that's the current vision and the current strategy. The two key parts of the strategy that are need to be discussed and set this time around is our limits on borrowing and our limits on rates increases. So the current limit on borrowing that we have set in our 2021 LTP is net debt less than 200% of total revenue. That is well under the LGFA limit, which is 280%, and we don't anticipate this changing for the LTP upcoming. Just to note too, It is a limit, not a target. We don't aim to be anywhere near that, but that gives us, we've got a little bit of headroom. So as at the draft 2023 annual report, we're sitting around 81% of total revenue, so we're well under that 200% limit. We don't plan to get up there anywhere close to 200 over the period of the long-term plan, and nor would we hopefully in the upcoming one either. We always like to make sure we've got plenty of headroom for unexpected events, like, could be an earthquake or climate change. We don't want to be buffing up against the top of those limits.
Excuse me, Claire, can you just tell us what total revenue means? It's because it's not just rates, is it?
No, it's not rates. It's all revenue sources, basically. Yep, across
All
grants,
user
subsidies.
charges, swimming pool fees. What about those sorts of
Yes,
things?
it'll be everything. Yep.
Everything. Yeah.
So perhaps just jumping in here, this rate will, the actual limit will jump all over the place. So one of the reasons we're at 81% at the annual report is because we have quite a large cash holding there. So it's net debt, which is your total borrowings less your cash or cash near equivalents. On top of that, for the 22-23 year, we had quite a large number of grants coming in. Grants for the sergeant, the three-water stimulus funding. So in my mind, that doesn't paint the true picture of where we're at. If you take all of that stuff away, which is what we did when we talked about the total debt of 109% of total revenue, less those one-off income lines. So that gives you a clear picture where it's at. Some councils are breaching or close to breaching the 280% LGFA debt limits. That was one of the, factors behind the Three Waters reforms. I guess, as Claire's quite rightly said, the minute you start getting up to around 200%, looking at $200 million of debt, that's at some point you've got to think about repayment. So I'd hate us to get up to that sort of limit. Okay.
Can I just ask, you do not anticipate this changing. When will it become, or when will it become available for debate?
Look, as we go through the LTP process and looking at our debt for the 10 years, I anticipate our debt remaining well within the 200%. I think it would be a fairly big call at this stage to start putting projects in the early years and to start breaching or starting saying we need to increase that debt limit. So again, we need to build up the long-term plan. And as we go through that, we'll confirm that this limit is actually appropriate. I think one reason that when we settled on this a couple of LTPs ago, what we thought about was our community and the demographics of a community and things like that when saying let's just keep the debt within affordable levels.
I totally agree with you, but my argument would be, does it need to be that high, and can we lower it? The cap from, say, 200% down to 150.
Why?
I know it's not a target, but it does limit our ability to, because it will move our debt level from a point of significance.
Yeah, my view would be to leave it at that level. I would know that projects that would cause us to go close to that debt limit would be significant, according to what we've just spoken about, and would require public consultation. And once you are probably at the upper end of the spectrum of consultation, which means you've got to talk about the implications on debt and rates and things like that.
Mike, just continuing on Peter's point, I wonder about councils that have, say, dealt with a significant natural event, natural disaster, after the earthquakes and the cyclones and things like that. I imagine that those councils may quite possibly come pretty close after an event like that to whatever the legislative cap is as well. And that might be a reason for why we keep it, you know, where it is. Cool.
Auckland left it there.
Look, just a quick comment from me here. I think, look, ultimately the debt limit is set by you as council. So if there's a collective appetite to lower it, that's your prerogative. You can do. For me, I think the more important thing is not necessarily where the cap is, but once you've got the actual rates projections and the budgets put together, what is the actual forecast level of debt, and is that prudent and affordable, and can we repay it in the longer term? Those kind of factors. The only other comment I would make is if you think about this in terms of 200% of our income is really towards the low end of the spectrum already. Commercial organisations would have much higher debt caps, and we've seen it through the Three Waters entities where they've talked about them having 600 to 800% caps to give them the long-term ability to debt fund and finance and spread costs in an intergenerationally equitable way. But even at a personal level, there'll be a lot of people in our community where their mortgage is 300% of their income. So we have less flexibility than the man on the street.
Yeah, wouldn't the credit agency, with our credit rating, take a lot of interest in debt to income, and you know, by bringing it down, at least we're showing that we're well within our limit. If we brought the limit down, they might be starting to think, well, you're right up there with your limit.
I think the fact that we've got a AA credit rating is a reflection of our current position on debt and our current caps. Bringing it down further, I don't think would strengthen that position. And like I say, you're already at the very low end of the spectrum anyway. Yeah. And the more important thing is how much new debt are we planning to take on as part of the LTP? And is that going to be affordable, and can we repay it? Where the cap sits, it's kind of secondary to that aspect, I would think.
I think just an interesting point on the Standard & Poor's credit rating. Debt cap is no issue here for them. If we bring it down, it doesn't impact that whatsoever. What they are really looking at is our liquidity and ability to raise funds. And that's one of the key metrics, not so much our debt cap.
Right, my question just on here. I'm not sure I understand the numbers. I just want to reconcile or understand where it's got draft 23 annual plan 81%, 109%. If you look on the graph, it's a different number again.
Yeah,
so
sorry, I should have explained that. The graph on the right, the only graph there, sorry, is what's in our current financial strategy. I lifted and shifted it out from the current strategy, which was set last long-term plan. That was our debt profile with our limits at the last long-term plan. So it just gave me an indication of where we were sitting last time. So the draft 2023, it's the annual report, which is in progress of being auditing. That's why it's draft. Again, the net debt was your cash minus your cash equivalents. We've got significant cash equivalents at the moment, which is one reason why. Our total debt's about $107 million, and our cash and cash equivalents is about $14 million. So it's a massive impact on our net debt. And we've had probably about $13-14 million of one-off revenue that we're not going to be getting going forward. And so again, stripping that stuff out has brought us to the 109% on the normal operations. Does that help? This one's quite a key one.
It is. So we also have to set a limit on rates increases, and the current limit we have set in our LGP financial strategy is no more than the LGCI, or the local government inflation rate, plus 2% after accounting for growth. So that's basically a rates increase to existing ratepayers. You'll see on the right again the financial strategy from the 21 LTP with the rates cap, the limit in the red line there, and the projected rates increases for each year of that plan. The first year obviously was relatively butted up to that limit, and then we had a little bit of breathing space thereafter. Obviously, as you'll know through the annual plan process, inflation is significantly higher than what we expected at that point in time, and we were struggling this year with that rates limit to actually come in on or under. We did end up there through some additional growth, but we were sort of quite tight. For the LTP we're looking at now, the first year we'll obviously have the new curbside recycling service coming into play. So we'll need to consider how we allow for that, because that won't fit within the LGCI plus 2% with that service starting. So we'll need to build in probably something additional for that. And also the second year with food scraps coming in as well, we'll need to consider that.
Claire, can I just ask about the necessity to even have a cap on permissible rates increases? Because I mean, let's think back on what's happened in previous years. Whenever we've fallen outside of that cap, we've just adjusted we've gone LGCI and then we've adjusted the percentage limit at the end of it. So in terms of even having this, is it really necessary when we adjust it according to our needs? Okay,
we have
right.
to have one. You can set it as a financial limit, like you could set a number and say we'll never accept anything more than 8% or 10% or whatever percent. You can breach them, but you have to put that knowledge out with your consultation and actually tell the public that you're going to breach your cap.
Okay.
So
yeah.
To that. Like, what that speaks to me about your question, Josh, is often clients ask me, in the job I do, what do you need minutes for? And it's about providing, if we're going to be prudent for us, we need to plan, and we need to plan and be explicit about what we think the future should look like. So if you've got a council that all of a sudden wanted to change everything, they've got to have good reasons to go against all of these. And I guess that's codified in legislation, basically, isn't it?
It is. Yep.
So I think it is going to be a very challenging time coming up over the next number of years, not just because of curbside recycling, but because of high inflation and potentially expectations on growth, etc. And the for wellbeing's expectation that we play a bigger role. I'm very keen. I think it's really important that our community understands what our growth expectations of rates cost is. And so I think having that limit is sort of giving that signal, but it's got to be a clear signal of where we think we're going. And one of the things that worries me a little bit with all of that is that we constantly hear our rates are much higher than anywhere else. And we get pockets of information where even our chief executive in the paper said our rates are actually not higher than anybody else's, we're about the mid-range. And then I hear somebody else say, oh, we're far, there's some other study that says we're actually near the top. And I think that if we're going to really understand the affordability of rates for our community, we should have, as part of this process, something really quite definitive about where we are in the pack in terms of rates in New Zealand. And I would really like that put on the table that is relatively reliable, because I realise there's lots of different figures. And then in terms of the planning, the percentage increases, we will have a much better story we can tell our community and understanding in terms of when we argue some of these hard things, decisions that are going to come up around expense, about actually, is this really affordable for our community or not? Or, it's part of the package. Thank you.
It's risky though, isn't it? Because, you look at take the Taxpayers Union, for instance. They produce an annual league table of where we sort of sit across all councils. But the league table doesn't actually tell you anything about, say, the quality of the infrastructure within those councils, the rating base, the geography, the potential impacts of, say, climate change or an earthquake or whatever on that particular community. So I think there's a degree of risk in trying to justify where we sit based on, comparing it to another council, because it's not actually apples with apples. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting information, but I'd be cautious of trying to justify anything based on a league table.
So if I can just make a couple of comments, because a league table as well doesn't fully do the whole situation justice either, because as Councillor Josh has just outlined there, some major issues in the variability of performance of councils and their infrastructure across the whole country. You only have to look at the case that's been put forward for Three Waters reform, because such a large proportion of the population across the country is being supplied with water that doesn't meet the drinking water standards. None of that is reflected through in the league tables, just comparing the dollars spent. Our rates are higher because we've got drinking water supplies that are consistently compliant with the safety standards. Our wastewater treatment plant consistently meets the resource consent requirements we've got. Some councils have got wastewater treatment plants that don't even have resource consents because they've expired and they haven't got them renewed. All of that detail gets lost in a league table. The other thing that you don't see is just ranking councils, X number out of however many councils, is you don't see the bunching up of the pack. You can be relatively low down the league table, but still only $100 away from the average of the pack, because they're so tightly bunched together. And then you have a small number of very, very cheap councils and a small number of very, very expensive councils. So I agree to a point. We should be looking at some of these things and making sure that our community is getting value for money, but we also need to look at the value side of the ledger as well as the cost side of the ledger when we do it. One way to look at it, and we've talked about this in one of my CE's reports in the past, is what are our rates as a percentage of household income? And for the last 20 years, we've been relatively consistent in the kind of 3 to 3.5%. Is how much of people's income goes towards paying their rates. You compare that to what they pay in terms of income tax and all the other general taxation that they pay. Their rates contribution is very, very small. But either way, we still need to make sure we offer great value for money and we're cost effective.
Yeah, look, I don't argue with any of that at all. I think it's just part of the planning tool that we need, and I'm very happy to go back to our community and say, we're sitting in the middle of the pack, but constantly you get we're at the top, we're most expensive, and I'm sick of that argument, and that's why as part of this process, rather than the old pepper potting of comms in a press release, that we actually have it, and then. And I'm very happy to argue with our community. Well, for a very small place, you've got this amazing Sargent Art Gallery, you've got this amazing museum, you've got this fantastic library, you've got this opera house, you've got all these amazing amenities, you've got all these amazing sports fields. You guys get amazing value for money for this amount of rates. I just think we need it on the table in terms of helping us to set this limit, if we're going to review that limit, because I suspect we are going, there's a huge potential for going over it over the next quite a few years, I suspect.
Yeah, and look, through you, Chair, whilst I've kind of explained the limitations of it and qualified it, we do agree with you that being able to articulate that story consistently and repeatedly is a really good thing to be able to do. So we'll definitely look at how we can frame that up, so that we can have that discussion with our community and make sure that they're informed of the facts rather than just the general swirling perceptions.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I really support where Councillor Helen's heading with this, and I think with respect, David, I mean you're talking to it, but if you want to bust the myth that you put out there, it's you know, all we want is accountability and transparency. So the best we can do that, every community is different. Every community has more of this and a little bit less of this, or better walking. But, you know, the better we can do that, you know, it's not about proving to our community, it's about just telling them where it really is at. And it helps us kind of, you know, we need to understand that better, because we always hear, you know, we get the comments, you know, and we got, you know, you hit the front page with your myth-busting comment, and that's all good, but we didn't, you know, there might have been a story under that, and I'm sure that, or there was a bit of a story, but I don't think we consistently understand, there's got to be better ways than league tables and, you know, etc.
Yeah, and look, through you, Chair, I've already agreed. Yes, I agree with you. We should do that.
Can I? Rob, I think Rob was first, and then.
Okay. Yeah, one of the important things that's got to be taken into account when these any comparisons done is what the services are that are included in our rates compared to others. Everybody's paying for their rubbish disposal here, and paying probably another $300 or $400 per year if you've got a big bin. You add that onto our average, like to compare it to New Plymouth, and there's a big difference. Yeah, you also got to, when you're comparing it, you've got to compare whether they're a unitary authority, like Auckland. Nelson's average is lower than ours according to the league tables, yet they're a unitary authority. You know, you add the Horizons to ours, there you've got a comparison. So there has, I accept all what's said about what Josh is saying and things like that. A lot of things to consider, but that table only compares the rates one place to another. Doesn't purport to say anything about what you're getting for your rates at all, but it just says this is the average rate in that town. And I think the data's pretty good actually, because I think it's been sourced from the likes of the finance team here, and unless you people could say that what they're quoting is wrong, I think we must take that data as being fairly accurate.
Thank you. I apologise for my laryngitis. I support what I'm hearing, and I just want to acknowledge what we have done regarding rates. We had, the Mayor did give a headwind warning several times in media. The letter that went out with the rates was quite informative and educative. We did provide some additional support for our ratepayers. The annual plan document had a lot of matters to do with rates and examples. This council, I believe, has done a significant amount of work to communicate with the public. Having said that, I'm in the middle of researching the matter of Māori seats on council, and our council has done it, and I've noticed other websites have. They have what they call frequently asked questions. And I think there's one more step of the very good steps we've already done about rates, that we continue in that vein and acknowledge what we have done to our community if they choose to inform themselves. And I think one more step that is like frequently asked questions. For example, when a resident says to me, well, Ross, 7.9% average is, say, $5 a week, but 7.9% average in Auckland might be $3 a week. And so the league table and the comparisons is problematic, but I think frequently asked questions for our situation, don't worry about apples and apples and apples and oranges, continue in explaining our story and our situation. And I just think that would be one more step we could consider in some very positive things this council has already done with rates.
Yeah, no, obviously an important topic for everyone. My own view is that just in these early days of having to, as a new council, to increase rates by 7.9% on average for Wanganui is something I didn't consider, and none of us, I thought, saw that coming. What I do think is that people think inside, and if you live in Wanganui, you don't really look on the outside to see what we're getting for our money. But so I think, to support what everyone said, what we can do, I think, is tell our story better. League tables are problematic. There's no perfect science, but I think we can tell the story better, and I think we need to educate public on the complexity of rates. and help them to understand, because if it's going to be high again next year, which is looking likely, we need to be able to explain that, because people often see just the headline figure or the percentage without understanding what they get for it or how it works. And so I think we can take this offline and work out creative ways of, multiple ways as well, of educating our public around how rates work and what you get for your money, and if it's, how we tell that story, I'm not sure yet, but yeah.
I don't want to belabour this issue, but I am. I guess partly because we have actually got the public listening in. It was very interesting at the Local Government New Zealand conference, where two of the key speakers put tables up that showed that local government New Zealand, the percentage of rates we collect in terms of total taxes that people pay, we only get between 9 and 10%. So 9 and 10% of the total tax paid comes to local government. I think we do an amazing amount of work with that. And that's why there's this big movement to go back to local central government and say, you have to review the funding models, give us some money back, because they're taking massive amounts of money from people's pockets every day. And that actually, if you look at the current tables, it's ramping up hugely in the last couple of years. And yet we are the ones pressurised to deliver so much. So there's a lot of work going on at the moment, as we, it's a very common discussion. And we have to keep the pressure on central government to devolve more of the funding some way to us, so we can continue to deliver a really fantastic service for our communities. So.
Yeah, just add to that curve that Helen's talking about, the proportion between local government and central government taxes, including rates in that, is quite a story, because what it does show is that curve, that proportion is increasing for central government and decreasing for local government. So, put it this way, 5 years ago it was probably about 85-15, and now it's probably, I think, 91-9. So we do a lot with our money, a lot with our rates for. We do a lot for very little amount. So it's difficult. And saying that, if you look across around the rest of the world, New Zealand would be, I think, one of the worst performers in regard to where we sit on that table comparing local government and central government funding.
Look, this is really good discussion. Really pleased with the discussion. I wasn't too sure how this was going to go, particularly financial strategy, but I think it's generated some really good discussion. So, funding review, which is all about the revenue and financing policy. So, what we're going to do here, the lunch is scheduled for 12:30, so we'll go to 12:30, then obviously break for lunch. Going to do my usual couple of slides on financial management. I do every annual plan and every LTP. Claire will get a little bit into the detail of the revenue, finance and policy, an example of one. And then we'll pull back and I will talk a little bit about rating theory, which I think is I've got a lot of slides, but I'll go through it reasonably quickly unless I'm pulled back. Important to understand that. And then we get into funding decision. The last few slides I've got in this in the pack here is the issues that we, as officers, have identified or we think where we need to pursue for that. So what I've done is I've taken a couple slides, or this slide from Philip Jones, where he presented at the beginning of the triennium to talk about the principles of financial management. And those who know me know I like to use that term prudent. We've got to be prudent in our decision making. So prudent, lawful financial management in the interest of the local authority. Adequate and effective provision for expenditure needs. What that means is that we've got to make sure we're collecting the revenue to cover our expenditure. Debt must be maintained at prudent levels. We've talked a lot about that. Expenditure needs must be funded lawfully. Hopefully they always are. Operating revenue must cover projected expenses. That is in the Act. In other words, your operating expenditures, you're not debt funding your operating expenditure, passing the costs for this generation onto the next generation. And in keeping with the principles of local government. So again, this is from Philip Jones. What does prudent financial governance mean? Careful, discreet, sensible, fair, equitable habit of acting with careful deliberation. Doesn't mean we're jam-jarring money, building up great big reserves, and look behind the reason for funding of depreciation. Philip covered that. I don't really want to talk about that in too much detail, but intergenerational equity, which we'll talk about later on. So this is the hierarchy under Local Government Act. What does what does prudent financial management look like? It's in the Act. This is it here. The first one, Section 101, prudence. I can't read that. It basically says that you must take into account both your current and future generations' needs when setting your funding mechanisms. Section 101 is your financial strategy. Section 101B is your infrastructure strategy. Those two tie in together. Your Section 102 is your financing policies, which I put up at the beginning of this workshop. Revenue financing policy, financial strategy, those ones. And Section 100 is your balanced budget requirements. Again, the revenue you collect covers your expenses, including depreciation. We did, in the annual plan, have an unbalanced budget, and we talked about the reasons why we thought that was still being prudent. So any questions on that before Claire starts on the revenue financing policy?
The definition of prudence, is it subjective or objective? Or does this cover it?
It is the first Section 101 uses words which are subjective. However, as you go down to 101, 102 and 100, that gives you objective stuff to determine if you are being prudent. So, for example, the balanced budget. What does prudent mean? In Section 101, you come down to Section 100, you've got a balanced budget. That is prudent. If it's an unbalanced budget, you're being unprudent unless you can explain why.
Yeah. So then, if I was sitting in that chair, and you are, we would come to the same conclusion of prudence. At the end of the day,
it would be nice if the Local Government Act was very descriptive in everything. It's not. It is my concept of prudence may be different to yours, depending on where I sit on the level of risk adverse, so on. There are things that help you to determine if you're prudent. For example, the debt levels we talked about. I quite like the debt at around 100% of revenue. Others will say, well, hang on, at 150%, we can fund more stuff. So my comfort zone is more around the 150 mil or 200% of revenue, whatever it is. So again, it's a balance. I guess I try to pull people back to my comfort level. Other people try to pull. David here tries to pull me this way. As I've said many times, we have a robust discussion, but in the end, we do what David says.
Yes. I'm more inclined to sit in your seat than David's.
Right, okay.
Just remember where I'm at.
Okay, Claire.
Okay, everyone's favourite topic, the revenue and financing policy, I'm sure. So just to note that this funding review and looking at the revenue and financing policy does not set how much we collect in rates. That's done through the budget process. What it does do, however, is work out how we're going to fund the activities and levels of service that we decide to provide, and the resulting operating and capital costs of those services. So we obviously have many options, and we use the revenue and financing policy to set those options for each activity that we'll use for funding. This is just an example. We're going to kind of loop back to this at the end, but this is an example of an output of the revenue and financing policy. This particular one is water supply, so there's a whole lot of work that goes behind this that we'll discuss shortly in more detail. But the output basically says has to look separately at operating expenditure and capital expenditure. So we look at, for operating expenditure, what funding sources might we use? And you'll see there we've got the option of general rates, targeted rates, fees and charges, and then we have an other category that covers things like grants, subsidies, interest and dividends. So for this particular activity, water supply, we majority fund it through targeted rates because we charge the particular people who are in the serviced areas. We've made a decision not to charge water to those who are not connected to the networks. And we also have water by metre charges, which are also a targeted rate. So this is just an example. The capital expenditure, we obviously fund differently. So in this case, we use borrowing to fund some of our water supply long life assets. We use targeted rates as well to help repay that capital expenditure. Fees and charges, where people connect to the network on a one-off, like new connection basis, and development contributions that we talked about this morning. So that just gives you an idea of what the policy looks like at the tail end, but we'll go into more detail once Mike's been through some of the funding sources we can use.
So with this one up here, you notice a legend up the top there. So 4 ticks means you fully fund it by that mechanism. 3 ticks means that it's majority over 67, I think that says, up to but under 100%. 2% is partial between 33-67%, and 1 tick means just a minority under 33% of funding. So for this one here, for operating costs, because we don't have any ticks in the general rates, revenue and financing policy says we cannot use general rates to fund any other activity of water supply. If we do, we're breaching our own policy. And we have had somebody challenge us on this. They've gone through all of our schedules and said, hang on, you've only got 1 tick here. Their challenge wasn't successful because they didn't actually, I don't think, read it properly. But we've got this for every activity that we deliver. They're all on our website for that, and the reason behind this as well. So just stepping back now, a bit of a high level onto rates theory. One of the questions, every orientation we have at council with new staff, I pose a question to them: rates, are they a user fee or are they a tax? And you know, we've had this discussion many times. The courts are very clear on this. Okay? They are a tax. And because of that, the reason we have such a high credit rating, by the way, from Standard & Poor's, so we are a AA, the major banks are below us. So we have a higher credit rating than ANZ, Westpac, major companies. Why? Because we have the ability to tax. And providing we follow the right procedure, we can collect what money we need to cover our expenditure. So it gives us tremendous power. So this has been tested through the courts. This is an old case. I'll put up shortly a new case. By the way, when I asked that question to new staff, the majority say it's a fee for service, because you kind of align it to it. So this was Court of Appeal. It is implicit in the scheme of the legislation that the rating system in its diversity remains primarily a taxation system and not a system inherently based on a principle of user pays. One of the most difficult rating issues that I have faced was too long-term plan ago, and it was the putting in place the targeted rate for the exotic forestry properties. It was, I say, the most difficult time, and standing in front of 100 forestry property owners who did not want to pay a rate was, yeah. So I think one of the times I just about walked out and said, that's it. So what's the implications of it being a tax? Only those rates authorised under the Rating Act are lawful. And that's probably what the first slide that Philip Jones had talked about, collecting funds which are lawful. Got to make sure we comply with legislation. Rates must be set strictly in accordance with the procedural steps and information requirements set out in the Rating Act. Every long-term plan, we have Simpson, Grierson review our rating, funding impact statement, all the stuff to do with rates to make sure we are 100% compliant. There is little judicial tolerance for departures from the legislative requirements. Even minor topographical errors could be sufficient to invalidate a rate. So this case was back in 1996. It was tested recently. That's the next slide. Implications of rates being a tax. While fees and charges have to show a close correlation between benefit and cost, rates do not. Provided rates charged to individuals are not unreasonable and have been set in strict accordance with legislation, then the courts are unlikely to interfere. In context, unreasonable has been defined as perverse, irrational, outrageous in its defiance of logic, or so unreasonable that no reasonable counsel could have contemplated it. So with the forestry targeted rates, the sector asked us to do a fee and charge, is what they wanted. We chose to do a targeted rate like every other council has done that has logging on its roads. And the reason why a fee and charge was going to be difficult in that situation was it was almost impossible for us to show if we gave a $30,000 invoice to either the property owner or logging firm, that property did $30,000 worth of damage to our network, and they would have quite ease in getting that overturned on that. So fee and charge, all we had to show with a rate for that they were exotic forestry property and that the sector as a whole was doing damage to our roads. Again, another ruling here, Court of Appeal. The rating legislation has been designed in such a way as not to require any clear and direct correspondence between rates and the levels of benefit received. In other words, if my rates are $3,000, show me the benefit for $3,000. Don't need to do it. If I pay a rate and my rate contributes towards library, but I don't go to the library, and we've had people challenge us on this. They've said, I don't go to the library, I want you to reduce my rates bill. Tough. All we have to show is that there is some correlation between what you're paying and services you're receiving across the district. Whether you choose to use the library is beside the point. Local authorities have a wide discretion in the design of funding systems and can apply anything ranging from something akin to a taxation system to something closer in spirit to a user pays a fee and charge. Decisions of this nature should be made in the round by those elected to make such judgments, and courts should intervene only in cases of error and extreme unreasonableness. And that last point was elaborated on in this next case, 2023, where the Supreme Court said that you guys have been elected to make those decisions, and the courts will not interfere in your decisions unless what you're doing is so perverse that no council would reach that conclusion. And this was tested in Auckland City Council versus the CP Group. I have a question.
I just want a point of clarification. You're doing a great job, Mike, but just for the public, you can close libraries by asking the councillors to close the libraries. So it's not tough. If you want to change things, it's through this group. You can change it.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't talking about closing.
Yeah,
but
individually, yes, tough. But as a collective, you do have a vehicle for change. Yeah.
So this case here, it was a rate that Auckland Council wanted to put onto hotels, accommodation suppliers to fund visitor attraction expenditure. They wanted these accommodation providers to cover 50% of the expenditure. So I took it to, my understanding, went to the High Court, who ruled in favour of the council. It was appealed to the Court of Appeal, who overturned that. It went to the Supreme Court, who ruled in favour, who overturned the ruling of the Court of Appeal and went back to the original decision. So the focus of the challenge was on an alleged disparity between the amount of the rates and the benefits received by the accommodation providers from the activities which the rate funded.
Mike, this might sound cheeky. Can a local council, based on that decision, implement a bed tax bylaw?
This one here, which was basically that, it was deemed by the Supreme Court lawful. They don't have it at the moment because COVID struck. So, and that obviously changed the whole dynamics of the tourism. So the court, again, I found this interesting. The court confirmed that local authority rating, including targeted rates, is primary taxation system, not one inherently based on the principle of user pays. Therefore, while the distribution of benefits from activity is a relevant consideration in deciding how to fund it, it's part of the consideration, which Claire will talk about shortly. Neither that consideration nor the requirement of reasonableness requires a close correlation between the activity and the benefits received. It is sufficient if there is some rational connection between the two. In this case, the court held that there was a close nexus between the rate and the activity it funded. And last one on this. So the Supreme Court overruled the Court of Appeal's decision. I do find that interesting, which had ruled the rate unlawful. However, the rate was paused partly due to the Court of Appeal's decision. They're waiting for this to be appealed, and partly due to the impact of COVID. So the ruling is confirmation from our highest court of the high bar to successfully challenge local authority rating decisions.
Mike, just to be cheeky again, can you also have rates applicable to a negative effect, say like alcohol? In the sale of alcohol, can you target them to compensate for the negative effect?
Yeah, depends. So you're raising some money you're rating to raise money to do what?
To counter the negative effects that the community pays for the effect of alcohol.
General rate, maybe? Yeah, you'd have to go through the analysis that Claire will talk about shortly, as well as the what you can actually rate on, the factors you can rate on. So we'd have to...
Okay, just to throw it out there.
Don't ask hard questions. Debt. Okay, so
is the application of differentials, and I think that Wellington case was on just that, wasn't it? It was the differentials that are applied to the commercial sector. Is there going to be a review here of how we apply the differentials?
So I think as we go through, particularly the last slides, we will raise with you what we think we should be looking at in the rating review, funding review. Given that we have limited time to do this, I think it's for you guys to decide what is a priority list, and we'll start from the top of the priority list and start knocking off what we can. I think there's a couple fairly big issues out there which affects quite a few ratepayers, and I think we need to tackle some of that. But that will become clear as we go through. So debt, I haven't got too much on debt. Section 101, we've talked about this. This talks about managing your revenues, expenses, assets, liabilities, investments, and general financial dealings prudently in a manner that promotes the current interest, but also the future interests. So if you're doing stuff that benefits the future interest of the community, then this generation shouldn't be paying for the future benefits, just like the future generation shouldn't be paying for the benefits that this generation gets. So the Act has both a short and long-term focus. Just what I've said there, current generation should not pay for benefits of future generations. Likewise, the future generation should not be burdened with the cost of the current generation. That's the principle of intergenerational equity. You've probably heard that term a few times in the workshops that we've run. So it's nothing like the issue of debt to create interest in local government. Yet without debt, many communities could simply not have the infrastructure that enables them to exist and grow. The real question is not whether council should have debt or not. I think because we are in the business of building long-term assets, debt is a necessity to prudently fund those assets. So it's not whether we should have debt, but how much debt we should have and how much debt is too high. And we've spoken about that before, so I won't go into that any further. Fees and charges. Fees and charges are probably the last point there. Fees and charges should not recover more than the unreasonable cost of providing the service. When you charge a fee, it should recover the cost of providing that service. You can't add a whole load of other costs into that to recover from that fee. Can I move on? Are you happy to move on? Right, these next few slides, again, I'll go through fairly quickly. So why do we perform a service? Simple question. Council performs a service because there are benefits to the community as a whole, public benefits to the community, and private organisations will not provide a service or will not provide enough of that service. So why do we provide parks? We provide parks because we want the whole community to enjoy a park, and we know a private firm who's out there for a profit will not provide that service because they can't make a profit out of it. To determine the appropriateness of whether an activity should be funded from user fees or rates, the council uses a public and private goods theory as a rationale. That's probably out of place. That talks about the three different types of rates. We'll come back to that one, I think. Oh no, I'll mention it now. So 3 types of rates we've got in passing, because you have come across these before through the annual plan. We've got the general rates, which covers the bulk of our activities. Those are for services which the general public can access. That includes the UAGC. We've got the targeted rates. Those are rates which only a portion of a community can access. For example, our water networks. So if you're living out in the rural part of Whanganui, you cannot access a water network. So it's inappropriate for us to charge a rate for you to deliver that service because you cannot access it.
But water by meter wouldn't be a rate, would it? It's a cost, isn't it?
No, it is a rate. It's defined in the Act as a rate. And we do have people, some properties who are on meters, water meters, particularly more out in the rural areas, who are connected to our rural schemes.
Where I live, we're rated, but it's a fixed amount.
No, the water by meter is not a fixed amount. We read their meters and we charge per their reading. Yeah, and the legislation does give us that ability.
Might it not be a fixed amount if it's under a certain literage?
Yes, sorry, we do that. Good point. Yeah.
Mike, sorry, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
New Plymouth has bought about 45,000 water meters or something. And I'm not advocating this, but in theory, where it says water by meter, this council could look at, because our water is pretty, our water supply is pretty strong in this country. The volume of it that's available to us, and we use very little of it apparently, percentage-wise. That doesn't mean we should be silly with it, but again, I'm not advocating, but can this council consider installing water meters where you have a set limit, and over that you will pay excess water charges? Is that within our parameter?
This council can, yes. Yes. Right. Public goods, again, we charge rates for public goods, and a public good has two central characteristics. They're non-excludable. You can't prevent somebody from using it. Again, think about a park, think about street lighting, classic examples. You can't exclude somebody from enjoying the benefits of street lighting. You can't exclude, if you have an open park, you're not going to exclude somebody from using that park. And it's non-rival. In other words, if one person uses it, they don't use up the service. So if somebody uses street lighting, enjoys the benefit, they're not going to stop somebody else from enjoying the benefit of the same lighting. Right. So pure public goods, as I said, will not be supplied by the market. The market will not supply street lighting. They will not supply parks, those things that they cannot charge people for. And if people don't pay, they can't stop people using that service. Pure theory. Private goods are goods where the benefit of those goods is both measurable and consumed by a recognised person and group, e.g. building consent. Somebody applies for a building consent, they get the benefit that building consent, the general public doesn't. As a general rule, private goods are funded by user fees. I'm not going to read that. Just before I hand over to Claire, Claire's going to go through section 3 here. This is quite a key section in what we do in our revenue and finance and policy.
Right. Section 1013 is a biggie for the revenue and financing policy. So basically it's a two-stage process. So the first step is, on the left there, is a theory step. So we assess each activity. And the second step is looking at the results of that theory and the outcomes of it and judging whether that's actually a result in an impact that we feel is appropriate for the community. So if we go to step 1, there's 5 parts we have to consider for every activity. So the first part is the relevant community outcomes. So that's about understanding why we're delivering that particular activity. For example, libraries, we obviously have community wellbeing outcome in relation to people actually accessing books and improving their literacy and knowledge and what have you. So that is one of our key community outcomes of that service. So we keep that in mind when we think about how we charge for that particular service. The second one is who benefits. So that comes back to the public-private good split that Mike's just referred to. So we look at whether there are particular groups of people who benefit particularly from that activity more than others, and we'll consider that in that analysis. The third one is the period of benefit expected. So that's the intergenerational equity principle that Mike spoke about earlier. So if we have, for example, a wastewater treatment plant that's going to exist for perhaps 25 years, we would consider that in the way that we fund that particular activity. Same with obviously pipes that have long lives. We consider those in terms of making sure the right people are paying for the use of those assets. The fourth one is who created the need. So that comes back to the exacerbator pays principle. A good example here is trade waste. Obviously they pay additional costs for their wastewater processing, their trade waste processing, because they do add to our costs and create a specific demand and need there. And the fifth one is the costs and benefits of funding that particular activity separately. So obviously rating can go from very complex to very broad. We have a number of rates. Some councils have very few rates, others have a lot of different separate rates, and we need to consider whether there's advantage or not in actually having that particular activity funded separate than others. And so once we've done that analysis for all of our activities, of which there are around 50, we have to look at where we've got to in terms of the funding tools that we choose to use on the basis of those 5 considerations, whether that's a mix of general rates, perhaps targeted rates, fees and charges, and to what degree we use those different tools, funding tools. And then we would look in step 2 at the overall impact of that on the community. So once we've decided, particularly for the rate side of things, what impact would that have? And we may get outcomes from the theory side of things that perhaps we don't believe are appropriate, and we may need to do some tweaks at that point in the process. Flip forward. I think that's on the next. Yeah, so the next slide is basically referring you to the handout that Simon very kindly just handed around. So this is a funding needs analysis, which is basically the detail behind this consideration of those 5 factors that we just spoke about. So every activity of council has this full sheet. So this is just one for parks and reserves, and it talks you through who benefits. Is there a district-wide benefit? Are there certain parts of the community? And then it talks about the period. Obviously the parks particularly are long life assets and they'll benefit generations to come. Who creates the need? In this particular case, we have certain groups who access, for example, the cricket clubs who may access the parks with a particular set of requirements and may need additional line marking or prep that we may want to look at fees and charges for. And we have determined for this particular one that it's not beneficial to fund parks and reserves in its own separate way. We'll group it with other activities for funding. And so the rationale is spelled out in the bottom, and you'll note that the table at the bottom goes through each of those different funding tools, from general rates to targeted rates, and looks at operating costs separately than it does at capital costs. And the degree to which, as Mike spoke about earlier, whether it's a minority, less than a third of funding coming from that particular rating funding tool, or partial, which is 1/3 to 2/3, majority over 2/3, and full funding would be 100%. So these are all available on the council's website under the current policy, and we'll be reviewing them all as a part of the long-term plan. There are some we know that will need to be updated. For example, Splash Centre, with it now being delivered in-house, the way that we didn't used to have fees and charges directly coming to us, and now they will be going forward. So we need to adjust some of those to just meet what's happening in the reality. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions on those?
Claire,
Yeah.
so when do we, well, it's funding review generally really, but it's, I guess the issue I'd like to raise is what we might call an imbalance, and maybe our total rate take, where do we get to consider, do we think there's an imbalance of what certain groups get to other groups, or even within groups activities? And so I guess, we can look at our current annual plan, and we can see the rate implications, and then we kind of go, I mean, when it went to those, the kind of legal cases, it's a tax, and, what I read there is it's kind of that cost versus benefit analysis, and what I'm hearing is that rates don't have to show that, but, at the end of the day, I think that we fairly do have to have, it's very hard to turn the tide, but, I guess I'll go within the cultural group, what the cost is going to be, the OPEX of the Sargent Gallery compared to the museum, and what the benefit is, And even within that, we are starting to get the museum pushing and saying, well, we've got this size of collection, and you know, we get funded 1.5 million. And the Sergeant gets funded 4 million, for example. And it is a fair, surely this is something that is, well, it's really, I think it's really important. You know, where do we get the opportunity to look at that? And I mean, short answer I got from the Chief Executive when they asked us by email in the last couple of days is, yes, this is the place to look at it.
I think that particular question is not so much for this funding review, that's a budget question, which is the amount of revenue you're collecting. This is not about the amount of revenue we're collecting. It's that once we've decided this is the amount of revenue we're collecting to fund these activities, then between our main groups of ratepayers, which is commercial, farming, residential, what's the split? And then within that, is it a targeted rate or does it fit within general rates? So what you're talking about, more about the budget process, which we'll come back to in the sort of late October, November. So through this
could I just, but it would seem to me that we're not actually talking about the size of the pie. We kind of know this is our rate take, but we're looking at, you know, and over time, and I guess, you know, obviously the Sergeant development with its, you know, it's not about, but it's going to be a bigger building, it's going to need more staff, you know, it's not, there's some justification around it, but it is, even between sectors now, we're getting a push. But it's not about the size of the rate take, it's about the split, or what you know, the word maybe imbalance between activities, and can we look at a policy or you know, do we think there's some imbalances within some activities or groups? And have we got an interest, and do we think it's fair? Do we think there's a benefit to looking at over a period of time, adjusting that?
Okay, I see where you're coming from. Sorry. Yes.
If I may, I'll jump in on this one. Look, Mike's kind of correct here that that's not a topic for this workshop, but I will answer your question is, yes, that should be looked at as part of this LTP. And I'd actually be quite happy if, once this workshop's over, just to show you some work that's going on behind the scenes as a group of elected members that will come to a future workshop, but you can see what we're planning very quickly. Ultimately, where we want to get to is take all of our significant activities, break them down into their sub-activities and rank them based on their cost-to-benefit ratio. And then you as elected members can decide whether those sub-activities provide value for money or not, and whether our community, through the consultation process, is prepared to continue to pay for them. You might find that some things are being over-invested in, some things are being under-invested in. Our job as officers is to give you the intelligence and information so that you can then make those kind of discussions. Like I say, I'm happy to spend 10 minutes after this workshop just showing you some of the work that's in progress. But in the meantime, Philippa, the answer to your question is yes.
Right. No, thank you for that. It's great. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow on to that? Just to that particular. So cost to benefits, an interesting notion. How's that going to be determined?
Through you, Chair, that'll be something I'll show you after the workshop, because it is in draft, and I'm not ready to broadcast that out on the live stream just yet, because we need to have some discussions amongst ourselves before that occurs. But effectively, we're trying to put together, through the Vision for Wanganui and the wellbeing framework, a way of actually ranking and measuring the impact that our services have on the community's well-being across the four well-beings: social, environmental, economic and cultural. We think we've got a tool that can achieve that. We haven't shown it to you yet. I'd like to do that offline before we do it in front of the community.
Look forward to it.
In terms of the next step in this topic, have you got further slides you want to go through? Because I've just got a list of things that I would like looked at in terms of this topic.
Yes. What I suggest we do is that we go, we go to lunch, break for lunch, come back. There's a couple slides on the funding impact statement. Then we'll raise the issues that we think that we've identified that you may want us to look at, and then we can talk about where you want us to go. So come back, say 5 past.
Yep.
5 past 1.
Oh, can we just be clear about what time we're going to finish? I would be quite supportive of a shortened lunch break if we could finish early.
I'm in your hands. If you all want a shortened lunch break, come back. I still think we've got at least an hour or so discussion, because I think the topics that we have to discuss, there may be discussion around that. There's very little slides left before we get to our discussion points, and then obviously Helen has a few things. I imagine there may be other stuff coming up.
Well, could I suggest that we come back at 2:45 with a goal to finish by 2 o'clock?
I'm happy for that. Are you all happy for
Is that
that?
possible?
And also, David, if there is time, it's got some slides that you'd like to take us through separate from this.
Yeah,
Not
look,
critical. Not critical, but if there's time.
I'm comfortable with that, and we can munch and eat, you know, if the public will forgive us for having an eating workshop. Yeah.
I'd even suggest based on that we're back at 22, if we can munch and eat.
Yeah.
So
Going-
I think that's-
Munching separate from eating.
Yeah, munching is a defined term. It's specific to councils.
Okay, what Claire, so there's two parts to this funding stuff. One of them is the revenue and financing policy, which is how we use the different funding tools, revenue, debt, fees and charges. Once we've decided on what we're going to fund by rates, then it's how do we divvy those rates up, which is the next part, which is funding impact statement.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Just to cover the funding impact statement now, as Mike alluded to, so this the rating review and the funding impact statement do not again set the quantum of rates that we're collecting. That's set through the long-term plan budgets. What they do, however, is work out how those rates are divvied up between the different groups of ratepayers. So the next slide this is just a snippet, this is not the entire funding impact statement, but these are a selection of activities that we have, and our funding model, rating model, basically breaks these down into certain categories and works out what appropriate allocation there should be from those groups, the three groups that we broadly rate, so residential, farming and commercial. Most of our rates are set on a unit basis, so the particular activity would be allocated on the number of properties. So commercial have 8.5% of properties, therefore they pick up 8.5% share of the rate for that particular activity. And residential at the other end of the spectrum pick up the majority, 83.8%. And those will shift from year to year as we have new properties come on board. Most of our activities are set in that way for the general rate. There are some, however, like economic development, where we have special splits. So council have determined in previous years that there's a better allocation, and in this case it's a fixed allocation of 61% to commercial, 7% to farming and 32% to residential. So there are different ways. There's another one at the bottom, footpaths and berms is broken down on CVU. That particular allocation says that farming do not pay for footpaths and berms because generally they can't access them. And the rest of the costs of that activity are shared on capital value basis. Most of that capital value sits in residential and some in commercial. So that's just a really high level split. There's obviously a lot more activities than what's shown there, but it just gives you a taster of how those flow through. And what happens at the end of all of those allocations is that's how we come up with our differentials. So that's how we work out for the general rate and our road and footpaths rate how to allocate those between the groups.
And are those percentages reviewed each year? They seem to have stayed the same for a long period of time.
They change each year. So as the more properties come on board or we get more capital value, they will shift.
Yeah, because there'd be a lot more residential started up than
they will shift.
Commercial, wouldn't there?
So the rate setting process, we've already talked about the revenue and financing policy. So that looks at what funding tools we're using. Once we've decided, particularly for the rating tools, the general rates and the targeted rates, we have to create a funding impact statement. And that has the specifics of how each particular rate would be set. It talks about whether it's set on land value, on capital value, per SUIP, per property. There are a number of different options in there. And that's all set in the funding impact statement, which is adopted through the annual or long-term plan. And then following that, we have the rates resolution. So each July we come to you with the final rates resolution. That incorporates the actual rating database as at 30 June. So that strikes the final rates for the year based on the growth of all the properties. Following that, we send out the rates assessment. So each property works out its share of rates, and following that, the quarterly rates invoice. So that's the flow. And over to you, Mike.
So as I mentioned, there's officers have identified some issues that we need to work on through this funding review. Obviously, we've agreed to the curbside collection and food scrap services. We still need to actually set the actual rate based on sewer property. So we've done a lot of that work, and that will come back to you with some suggestions how we do that. And that one there, I think, is consulted on through because we're setting a new rate, consulted on through the consultation document of the LTP. The exotic forestry targeted rate we set 6 years ago, and that I think is a good time to review that. We found through the October 22 district valuation that some properties were had a greater allocation of rates than what they have in the past due to high property values, land value being to the properties. And while in theory you can potentially subdivide, for some properties that could be quite difficult. We have of course implemented that one-off rates remission of up to $500 at the upcoming Operations Committee. I'll be giving a report of how that has been utilised, and it's been quite a good uptake for that. I'm conscious that that comes off. So those properties that have had this who have got up to the $500, that's reduced their rates by $500. The following year, the rates, they have to pay that $500. So effectively, that's a rates increase $500. If we've got a high rates increase for the first year, that's more that will go on the rates, and we've got a targeted rate for curbside collection. That's another thing on the rates. So we've been doing some thinking around that. Is there something we can do around that? Can we allocate rates based on capital value? So we'll talk about that later. And the last one's a bit of a technical thing, which Claire will talk about later, but under the Water Services Entities legislation, councils cannot rate for water utilities when those utilities are not located on the water entity's land, which means the utilities, forget about the treatment plant, but the actual utilities under our roads and all that is located on council land, and we can no longer rate for that once the assets have been transferred over. Currently, we rate 820,000. It is a money in and out for us. It will be cash neutral when it goes, but it does change the incidence of rates. And it's a bit of a technical thing. We'll just briefly take you through that later on. And there's just a little bit of work we need to do around that. So those are the 4 things that we will talk about before. And again, we will talk about those in depth shortly. But before we do that, are there other issues while we're in public that you want to raise?
Can I just ask a question about, in relation to Claire's analysis in the previous slides about how services are rated for? You know, there's a different percentage and mechanism. Just in terms of the curbside collection, can you just outline, are you able to outline how that is rated for? No, not the curbside collection, the current collection process, you know, down at Mariah Place, just what we've already got in place.
Sure. So currently that has its own fixed split, and I have to correct me if I'm wrong, Simon, 50% residential, 50, 30, 20, I think. We'd have to check that. So it has an allocation in the general rate, basically, at the moment to fund that activity. So as part of the review for this plan, we'll look at that again as well, because the budgets for that area might shift.
So it would be part of that same conversation, really, wouldn't it? Yep. Thank you.
Well, I wanted to talk about waste again. As you're well aware that I've talked about this for quite a period of time, as the inequity between the rural service and the urban service. At the moment, the urban people pay a contractor to have their rubbish collected. In the rural sector, there's 13 bins costing $117,000 a year, I think it is. And basically, that's like a transfer station out there. All rubbish gets put in. There's no charge for the residents. Now, and it's charged back to the general rate, so they're paying a share, but nowhere near what an urban person's paying for their service. I think that is an anomaly that has to be addressed. I know there's been an attempt to address it by increasing the percentage of the rural sector, but really some element of user pays has to get into that service. It's been worked out that if that money was to be recovered by from the rural properties, it's about $400 per house, per rateable property. I would say that it definitely deserves some degree of public good in there, maybe 50% or something like that, but there has to be some sort of targeted rate to have the same basis of rating in the rural area that is occurring in the urban area.
Look, I'll just make a couple comments on that. I don't want to this particular one go round and round because we looked at this fairly in depth in the rating review of the last long-term plan, and I'm happy to share the paper that we did around that. So what Rob is after is a targeted rate for those around in the rural area who use the rural bin. Now, granted that some of those in the city, the urban, they go out and use that as well. So it's not exclusively used by the rural bin. At the moment, the definition of our farming properties is based on land size. So to do a targeted rate for $240,000 would have to go through and do a complete different rate, which is not a rural rate or farming rate. It's based on a location of property. So we'd have to go through a fairly massive exercise to identify the properties, address them all by address, and the rate will be against properties within this geographical area, and that will recover a portion of $200,000 because there's a public part of that. So my initial response is that what is a priority, this or to look at the capital land value? And that's kind of the choices you need to make because we can't do both. But I can share the paper, Rob, that we did on that. And you don't need to make a decision now. Once you get that stuff, you may be able to then say, and the other thing as well, you need to do a Section 103 analysis, what Claire talked about, and go through all of that stuff if you want to put a separate targeted rate. And I do not believe it meets that criteria of the Section 103 analysis. But again, I think the paper briefly touches on that. But I share the paper, Rob, and we'll have a discussion on that at another time.
I would just like to comment that this is not unusual amongst councils. If you go to pick up the Manawatu one, you'll see the charge for rural waste on their rate demand. You know, and it's not difficult to do, Mike, if there's a will to do it. It's really a matter of equity, you know, and treating everybody the same. And I think that's the issue that has to be.
Excuse me. I struggle to understand how Councillor Vinson would understand whether it's not difficult to do. Well, that doesn't mean it's not difficult to do.
I think we need, as I said, we did it's a small paper, but we did it, and I think if we distribute that, it will give context around this, and then rather than sort of having a discussion now, because I think we need to understand it, once we give that, we can bring it again, Rob, to a future workshop, and then you can say, yes, let's go with this, or no, it's not a priority right now. Is that okay?
So this is a workshop, so this is where councillors can put everything on the table, and so, you know, that's fine with what Rob's saying. I would argue probably differently from him, but this is a workshop, and it's fine for people to raise issues. I just don't want the public to think that we're setting policy today. This is just a workshop for people to get their ideas out there. I know we're going to have a discussion behind closed doors shortly. I just want some clarity the commercial rate, it's a flat rate. Whether you're a retail operation or you're a big factory, you're deemed commercial, and it's the same sort of rating factors go across those.
Yeah, I was looking at Simon, yes. Capital value.
It's based on capital value. Is there anywhere else where they split that retail and industrial, that sort of thing?
I think there are some councils who do industrial separate to commercial, but Simon may have more information on. I'm not specifically aware of retail being separate.
Sorry, rather than yelling from the cheap seats, I thought I'd better come and join. So yeah, I think there are some factors that we could consider. Obviously, any change to the rating database, you've got to have a good look at and look through the unintended consequences. Largely speaking, I think our commercial differential defines farming as any property greater than 3 hectares. Residential and commercial is pretty much anything that's not residential. So it's quite broad, and it does capture quite a lot of other stuff within that. So there may well be a way of defining that a little bit further. Yeah, it's just a question of, so majority the differentials on, sorry, I'm just going off the top of my head. Commercial properties, we pay a targeted rate. The rates that we target on, general rate, sorry, are based on the number of properties in that sector. We do have a high differential on our roading rate to commercial properties, and that's probably the one that would be most affected by any change in that. But you're quite right that it is fairly blunt.
Okay, so I guess the question will be in terms of if we wanted to consider that issue of having more subsets of what you could put under commercial. I'm thinking of, you've got your retail shop versus your industry, your actual manufacturing.
Yes.
Whether or not it's worth looking at splitting those out so that we can be more targeted in what we might choose to rate.
I guess from a fundamental thing, the question is what are we trying to achieve by that? Is what we've got broken, and are we trying to fix something? But we could absolutely do that, and QV do provide an industry code within the database, which is something that we could potentially would fit within the Schedule 2, Schedule 3 of the Rating Act, which might mean we could target a rate to a specific sector.
I guess I don't know if it's broken or not, because there's probably not many avenues for, say, a retail business and to argue the point that we should have that split, because where's the data, where's the discussion? So I'm asking in theory. Yeah.
I think it's a good question, and what we've got to make sure is when we change a funding model or rating model, we need to take cognizant of unintended consequences. So the way I'm picturing this is that there's some key things we need to do for this long-term plan, that you'll decide what's key. Some other stuff is stuff that we need to do some fairly in-depth modelling, and I suggest we do that kind of outside the long-term plan year. And so when we come to the next long-term plan, we've actually got that stuff sorted to be able to implement at that stage.
Okay, thank you for that. And secondly, where you have a commercial property that might have retail underneath and domestic upstairs, currently we rate the whole property as commercial, I understand?
No. So if we've got a property in the main street, for example, which has an apartment upstairs, the apartment will be rated as residential, and the shop downstairs will be commercial. The CBD rate doesn't charge to specifically excludes residential properties also. So we can absolutely have split use.
Okay, so that's just a matter of the owner notifying us if they're already not
so
that split.
They will get a separate SUIP, the separate unit, separately used or inhabitable part of the rating unit, but the residential portion, which presumably if you're living in it, then you have to meet the requirements of the Building Act, etc.
Oh, yeah, so it's got to be a legal. Is that what you were talking about? Okay, so that's already in place.
So, through you, Chair, the context behind this one is as part of the town centre regeneration strategy a few years ago, it was identified that if the building wasn't split into separate SUIPs, then based on property value, the allocation of rates between the residential part on top and the commercial or shop part on the bottom would wouldn't incentivise people to convert to residential living, because the residential part would pick up about half of the commercial rate, which would be disproportionately high compared to a normal residential property. So the recommendation from the strategy was to look at mechanisms to address that issue, so that the rating system better incentivised conversion to residential properties. The mechanism, now that we've done a bit of a look into it in the background, is already there and available, but there is a process to go through for the separation and creating the separate rateable unit, the separate SUIP. We need to make sure that the development community knows about this, so that it's not a barrier in their mind to progressing projects that might convert commercial buildings into residential in the town centre.
Okay, so it's something that we don't need to review, but we do need to get it out to the community there that it's available. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
One of the other areas that needs looking at is Councillor Deputy Mayor Helen was talking about differentiating with retail. Well, that's effectively done with the CBD levy. I mean, it only targets the shops, but there is a case for widening the boundary. You know, I mean, at the moment we've got CBD-A, CBD-B, which B pays 50% of what A does, and there's Drews Avenue, for instance, isn't in CBD levy area at all, yet St Hill Street is, and there is a strong case for widening the boundary of CBDB. So I just would like that looked at in this review, please.
You have to use your mic. People can't hear.
Just to clarify on that, one side of Drews Ave is CBD, one side is not. The side closest to the CBD is within. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
Following on from Helen's kōrero, I think, we talked about what do we want to achieve in terms of, say you were to split commercial and industrial, retail. I think it's about ability to pay. I'm not sure that necessarily the capital value necessarily reflects the ability to pay. And what I mean by that is like a little retail outlet in this down Victoria Avenue, unless they're doing massive on-sale, online sales, their ability to have revenue and profit is not the same as a manufacturing entity. Now, that manufacturing entity the building may be a whole lot bigger and a whole lot more valuable, which, you know, reflects in a capital value, but not necessarily. So that's an answer to your comment about what are we trying to achieve here. I think it's about ability to pay, ability to, in the commercial sector, create enough income to fairly contribute to rates versus
I think,
someone else.
Yeah, look, I think probably the first stage here, and we can do this regardless of whether we go down this track or not, is to first of all take a number of sample properties and actually see what it looks like, and say, actually, do we have a problem here or not? So I think that's the first step. We can do that fairly easily and present that at the next workshop, then you can decide, we can take it from there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I just want to say one last thing. I clearly remember when I first got on council, and it may have been within a year or two, we did that really in-depth review of how rates were split between commercial, residential and farming. And there was from my memory, we actually readjusted what we'd had done so that our commercial rates were actually the percentage that of total rates being charged actually went down because they were we felt, being quite hammered by a lot of things, and we wanted a really robust commercial sector. So they, over the last, it won't be 10 years, but over quite a number of years, their percentage rises have been reasonably low compared to other sectors, because obviously the other parts are charged higher in proportion because our total pool has to stay the same. So I think one of the discussions I would be wanting to have now in terms of this total review is it time to put to readjust that, because now I'm really worried about our farming community too. They're getting hammered because they get an extra percentage that maybe went to commercial before. And so I guess that's where that discussion is. At retail we're really worried about, making sure that they're not charged too much, especially in the CBD or heritage buildings, in terms of, we want to support them as much as possible, and it's going to get pretty tough retail-wise. And so if you have that split between commercial and retail, then it gives us a lot more options around this whole discussion of how you split up the pie. So that's just to give a bit of background, that my memory from about 8 years ago when we did that really comprehensive review, and actually, yeah, we've been pretty, I was not kind to the industrial sector, but we sort of readjusted things a little bit.
So we can give you, as I said, the list of properties and perhaps a bit of a background to some of the adjustments we made then, just so you've got information, and we can take it from there if necessary. So
I'll just make one comment on that. I haven't sort of had a good look at it in the last revaluation, but the revaluation we had 3 years ago had a significant swing within the commercial sector away from retail towards the industrial sector, because there was such a shortage of industrial land. So at that time, even though the commercial sector in total were paying the same level of rates, the revaluation really did swing the values towards the industrial end.
And just on that, so I mean, I'm not against having, you're going to do some sample stuff and bring something back to us from what I'm hearing, but what we do know, we know from the most recent valuation that our areas and I mean, some of our more social deprivation areas would have been the biggest hit. So it's kind of like, do we really, I mean, to go to, I guess my thing is kind of like, wouldn't want you to do too much work in this kind of area when we actually pretty much know what's the sector that's been really hit are those suburbs in our residential area.
Look, I think,
and I guess, without knowing the income, you can do any work you want, but unless we're going to be asking for the balance sheets or whatever of these businesses, which of course we're not going to, and haven't got a right to. We really don't know, apart from hopefully that they're open enough they can come to us when they've got some, to a level, some difficulties. But we don't know their online sales, we don't know their income, so I just don't, if we could talk a little shop in the CBD and we could talk a bigger shop, but it's on capital value, so that's all going to be reflected, isn't it?
Yeah, look, we'll as I said, we'll bring information back. We won't do a whole lot of analysis, but we'll bring information back and decide if you want us to take it further. One slide I normally put up, which I haven't this time, and we all understand this, is that if one sector you decide is in pain through rates and you take rates away from that sector, all you're doing is putting it to another sector. So the best way to reduce rates is to reduce levels of service. Our impression, rightly or wrongly, was that last annual plan, every sector was experiencing the same level of pain. So it means we got it, Simon and myself often have this sort of conversation, we kind of got it about right. This time round, one sector probably is experiencing a bit more pain than others, which is kind of what bullet point 3 is about, which we'll talk about at some stage shortly. So if there's no more questions, we'll go off air